Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Death Curse Awakens. In the grand tapestry of existence, few forces command such universal reverence and terror as death itself. It is the great equalizer, the final frontier that gives meaning to every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of mortal experience. Yet when death loses its permanence, when the natural order bends beneath the weight of resurrection magic, the very foundations of reality begin to tremble. And when that magic suddenly fails, when death reclaims its ancient dominion with vengeful hunger, the cosmos itself holds its breath in anticipation of what darkness has awakened. The first signs appeared as whispers in the wind, rumors carried by merchant caravans and desperate messengers racing between distant cities. In Waterdeep, a wealthy noble collapsed during his evening meal, his heart seizing with the familiar grip of mortality. His family, blessed with coin enough to command the services of high priests, carried his body to the great temples, expecting the customary miracle of restoration. But when the clerics spoke their sacred words, when divine power flowed through blessed hands, nothing happened. The man remained dead, his soul unreachable, lost to a void that suddenly yawned deeper than any had imagined possible. Within days, the whispers became a chorus of panic that echoed across the realms. In Baldur's Gate, a fallen paladin could not be brought back from a heroic sacrifice. In Neverwinter, a child struck down by plague remained cold and still despite the tears and prayers of parents who had sold everything for the chance at resurrection. From the icy reaches of Icewind Dale to the sun-scorched sands of Kalimshan, the same terrible truth emerged. The dead would not return. But this was not merely the failure of resurrection magic. Those who had been brought back from death in years past, heroes and villains alike, who had tasted the cold embrace of mortality, only to be pulled back by divine intervention, began to waste away. Their bodies withered as if time itself was collecting a debt long overdue. They aged decades in days, their flesh becoming translucent, their eyes hollow with the knowledge of approaching doom. The curse, for curse it surely was, reached backwards through time to claim those who had cheated death, drawing them inexorably toward a final rest from which there would be no return. In the halls of Candlekeep, ancient sages pored over dusty tomes and crumbling scrolls, seeking answers to questions that challenged the very nature of existence. The Harpers dispatched agents to every corner of the known world, gathering reports and testimonies from those who had witnessed the curse's effects. The Lord's Alliance convened emergency sessions as trade routes faltered, and entire economic systems built upon the premise of magical resurrection began to collapse. For in a world where death had always been temporary for those with sufficient wealth or influence, the return of permanent mortality struck at the heart of civilization itself. The curse showed no favoritism in its terrible appetite. Commoners and kings, priests and rogues, all found themselves equally vulnerable to the growing shadow. In the great cities, panic spread like wildfire, as those who had built their lives around the assumption of eventual resurrection realized that their next death would truly be their last. Mercenaries and adventurers, accustomed to taking risks with the knowledge that powerful allies could bring them back from the brink, found themselves paralyzed by a fear they had forgotten how to feel. Yet it was not merely the living who suffered under this curse's weight. Reports began to filter in from across the plains of creatures dying without hope of return, of celestials and fiends alike discovering that the cosmic cycle of death and rebirth had been fundamentally altered. Planar scholars spoke in hushed tones of disturbances in the fugue plane, where souls traditionally awaited judgment, and of strange silences from the realms of the dead themselves. The first expedition to seek answers formed in Waterdeep, where the city's open lord had lost 3 council members to the curse. These were not random deaths but calculated murders, assassinations carried out by those who knew that their victims could no longer be brought back to testify or seek revenge. The expedition, funded by noble houses desperate for solutions, set out following ancient divination magic that pointed southward, toward lands of mystery and danger that most civilized folk preferred to forget. Their divinations led them to dusty libraries and forgotten archives, to the testimonies of explorers who had returned from the far southern peninsula of Chult, with tales of ancient ruins and primordial magics. One name appeared again and again in their research: Olmu, the lost city of the Chultans, where legends spoke of 9 gods who had ruled over death itself in ages past. More disturbing still were the references to Aserarak, the dread lich whose very name was whispered in cautionary tales across a dozen worlds. As word of their findings spread, other expeditions began to form. The Flaming Fist, Baldur's Gate's mercenary company, assembled a force of their own, driven by pragmatic concerns about maintaining order in a world where permanent death had returned. The Harpers sent their most skilled agents, seeking to uncover the magical mechanics behind the curse. Even the Gentarim showed interest, though their motivations remained characteristically opaque. But it was not merely the great powers of Faerun who felt the curse's pull toward the Jungle Peninsula. Individual heroes, small bands of adventurers, and desperate souls from every walk of life found themselves drawn to Chult by dreams, visions, or simple determination to restore the natural order. Some came seeking to lift the curse for altruistic reasons, hoping to restore hope to a world suddenly confronted with its own mortality. Others were driven by more personal motivations, loved ones slowly wasting away, comrades fallen in battle who could not be saved, or simply the terrifying realization that their own next death would be their last. The curse itself seemed to intensify as word of these expeditions spread, as if aware that challengers were mobilizing against its power. Those affected by its touch weakened more rapidly, their remaining time measured in weeks rather than months. The very air seemed to thicken with an oppressive weight, a sense of approaching doom that pressed down upon all who lived. Magic itself felt different, tainted by the knowledge that the greatest magic of all, the restoration of life, had been torn from the world's fabric. In the deepest archives of the most ancient libraries, scholars found references to similar curses in ages past, dark magics that had temporarily severed the connection between life and death. But these had been local phenomena, affecting single cities or small regions. Never before in recorded history had such a curse encompassed the entire known world, reaching across planes and dimensions to enforce its terrible will. The scope of the magic required suggested a power beyond normal comprehension, an intelligence vast and malevolent that had waited eons for the proper moment to strike. As the first ships prepared to sail south toward Chult, carrying heroes and villains alike toward whatever source lay hidden in that deadly peninsula, the curse's true nature began to reveal itself. This was not random catastrophe or natural disaster, but deliberate design. Something ancient and patient had orchestrated this crisis, drawing together the threads of fate to ensure that the bravest and most capable souls would venture into its waiting trap. For in seeking to restore life to the world, these heroes would instead feed a hunger that had grown vast and terrible in the darkness, a hunger that demanded not just death, but the complete annihilation of souls themselves. The death curse had awakened, and with it, the final gambit of a mind that had transcended mortality to become something far worse than any natural death could ever be. Chapter 2. Into the Forbidden Jungle. There exists, in the heart of every explorer, a moment when civilization falls away like a discarded cloak, when the familiar roads and mapped territories give way to the raw, untamed power of the wild. It is in such moments that mortals discover who they truly are beneath the veneer of culture and comfort. For those who sailed south toward Chult in search of answers to the death curse, this moment came not gradually, but with the sudden, overwhelming force of a tropical storm breaking over unprotected shores. The journey across the trackless sea had been treacherous enough, with vessels from a dozen different expeditions competing for favorable winds while navigating waters that seemed to grow more hostile with each passing day. Ships that had sailed these routes for decades reported strange phenomena: seabirds that flew in patterns, suggesting ancient omens, waters that glowed with phosphorescent warnings in the night, and dreams that came to sailors, speaking of green depths and golden treasures guarded by death itself. But nothing had prepared the expeditionaries for their first glimpse of Chult itself. The peninsula rose from the southern waters like a verdant wall, its coastline shrouded in mists that seemed to writhe with their own malevolent intelligence. Ancient cliffs of black stone stretched skyward, crowned with jungle canopy so dense and vibrant that it appeared almost artificial in its perfection. Waterfalls cascaded down these precipices in silver ribbons, their thunder audible even from miles offshore, while strange birds with wingspans broader than sailing vessels circled the heights with cries that spoke of primordial hungers. The very air that greeted the arriving ships carried scents unlike anything found in the northern lands. The heavy sweetness of exotic blooms, mixed with the rich decay of countless generations of fallen leaves, the musk of creatures that belonged to epochs long past, and underneath it all, a metallic tang that veteran warriors recognized as the smell of spilled blood. Though whether fresh or ancient, none could say. Port Nyanzaru emerged from the coastal haze like a fever dream made manifest. Built into a natural harbor where the river Soshin Star met the sea, the city sprawled across multiple levels carved into the cliff face itself. Colorful buildings of coral stone and tropical hardwoods clung to the precipice at impossible angles, connected by rope bridges and carved staircases that seemed to defy both gravity and reason. Market squares had been hewn from living rock, while gardens of plants unknown to northern botanists cascaded in green waterfalls between the various districts. The harbor itself teemed with vessels of every description: sleek Chultan canoes carved from single massive trees, Kalishite merchant galleys, heavy with exotic goods, and the occasional dragon turtle that served as both transport and guardian for the most valuable cargoes. Above it all, pteranodons soared between the city's towers carrying messages and small packages, their prehistoric silhouettes, a constant reminder that this land operated by rules far older than those that governed the civilized world. The merchant princes of Nyanzaru ruled this impossible city, with a combination of shrewd business acumen and profound understanding of the jungle's demands. These were not the soft, pampered nobles of northern courts, but hardened survivors who had learned to negotiate with powers that predated human civilization by millions of years. They wore their wealth in vibrant silks and precious gems, but their eyes held the wariness of those who knew that death stalked every shadow in this green hell. Wakanda Otamu, eldest of the merchant princes, received the first expedition leaders in his palace garden, where orchids the size of dinner plates bloomed in colors that had no names in northern tongues. His words carried the weight of decades spent balancing on the knife's edge between prosperity and annihilation. "You come seeking the source of the death curse," he said, his voice carrying the musical accent of the Chultan people. "But do you understand what it means to enter the forbidden jungle? This is not the tamed wilderness of your northern forests. This is Yubtao's domain, where every step might be your last, and every breath could carry poison or blessing in equal measure." The warnings came from every quarter as the expeditions prepared for their jungle ventures. Guides spoke in hushed tones of the zombie plague that had swept through inland settlements, leaving entire villages populated only by the shambling undead. They told tales of the Yuanti, the serpent people whose ancient empire had once ruled Chult before retreating into hidden temples, where they pursued dark magics and worship of primordial powers. Merchants who had ventured into the interior and returned, spoke of ruins so old that they seemed to have been grown rather than built, covered in vegetation that pulsed with its own inner light. Most terrifying of all were the stories of Omu itself, the lost city that divination magic identified as the curse's epicenter. Those few explorers who claimed to have glimpsed its ruins described a place where the very laws of reality seemed bent and twisted, where golden pyramids rose from jungle floors carpeted with the bones of countless failed expeditions. They spoke of guardian creatures that defied classification, of puzzles carved in stone that drove scholars mad with their impossible logic, and of a presence that watched from the shadows with malevolent intelligence. The jungle guides who agreed to lead expeditions into the interior were themselves creatures of legend, veteran survivors like Azaka Stormfang, the were-tiger, whose dual nature allowed her to navigate both human politics and predator instincts with equal skill. River Mist, the tabaxi, whose feline grace concealed profound knowledge of the deepest jungle paths. Salida, whose connection to the natural world bordered on the supernatural, able to read the jungle's moods like a sailor reads weather patterns. These guides demanded prices that seemed exorbitant, until one considered the true cost of their services. They were not merely providing navigation through difficult terrain, but serving as translators between the civilized world and a realm where different laws applied entirely. Their knowledge had been purchased with blood and loss, earned through decades of learning which plants could heal and which could kill with a single touch, which animal calls meant safety and which heralded approaching death. The expedition supplies themselves revealed the unique challenges of Chultan exploration. Traditional armor proved worse than useless in the oppressive humidity, instead becoming furnaces that cooked their wearers alive. Weapons required constant maintenance as the jungle's moisture and strange spores worked to corrode even magical metal. Food stores had to be carefully managed, as the heat and humidity could spoil provisions in days, while local fruits and game often carried parasites or toxins that could fell even hardy adventurers. Yet the jungle's dangers extended far beyond mere environmental hazards. This was a land where dinosaurs still roamed, where massive predators that had been extinct in other parts of the world for eons hunted with prehistoric cunning. Tyrannosaurs stalked through clearings where ancient temples crumbled beneath strangling vines. Ankylosaurids grazed in meadows carpeted with flowers whose pollen induced prophetic visions. Pteranodons soared overhead, their shadows passing over explorers like omens of doom. The very plants seemed possessed of malevolent intelligence, with vines that reached out to strangle the unwary and flowers that released clouds of spores designed to confuse and disorient. Assassin vines waited motionless for decades before striking with lightning speed. Yellow musk creepers converted their victims into shambling zombies that spread their influence ever further into the green depths. Even the water carried its own perils, with streams that ran clear and sweet but harbored parasites that could devour a person from within. As the various expeditions departed Port Nyanzaru and vanished into the jungle's emerald embrace, they carried with them not merely supplies and weapons, but the hopes and fears of a world suddenly confronted with its own mortality. The Flaming Fist contingent marched with military precision, their disciplined ranks a sharp contrast to the chaos of the jungle around them. The Harper agents moved with subtle grace, already beginning to gather intelligence about the various factions and powers that called Chult home. Independent adventuring parties followed their own instincts and divination magic, each convinced that their particular approach would succeed where others might fail. But the jungle watched them all with eyes older than civilization, measuring their strength against trials that had claimed thousands before them. For Chult was not merely a destination to be reached, but a gauntlet to be survived, a test that would strip away everything superficial and reveal the true character of those who dared enter its domain. The death curse had drawn these heroes to its source, but the journey itself would determine whether they arrived as conquerors or merely as the latest additions to the countless bones that fertilized the jungle floor. In the green twilight beneath the canopy, where sunlight filtered down in golden shafts that illuminated scenes of breathtaking beauty and unspeakable terror, the first phase of the greatest adventure in generations had begun. The heroes had crossed the threshold from the known world into legend itself, and there would be no turning back until they had faced whatever ancient power awaited them in the heart of darkness. Chapter 3: Guides and Guardians. Trust is perhaps the most fragile currency in any expedition, and in the hostile depths of the Chultan jungle, it becomes as precious and vital as clean water or untainted food. For those who ventured into the green hell seeking answers to the death curse, the question of whom to trust would prove as deadly as any dinosaur or disease. The jungle demanded not just courage and skill, but the wisdom to distinguish between true allies and those whose loyalties lay buried beneath layers of ancient grudges and competing agendas. The native guides who offered their services to the various expeditions carried with them generations of accumulated knowledge, hard-won wisdom about surviving in a land that seemed actively hostile to human life. Yet each guide also bore the weight of their own history, their own reasons for venturing into the interior, and their own understanding of what the death curse truly meant for the people of Chult. Azaka Stormfang moved through the jungle with the fluid grace of her dual nature, her human form concealing the predatory instincts that made her one of the most effective guides in all of Chult. Her Tiger heritage allowed her to perceive threats that escaped purely human senses, to read the subtle signs that warned of approaching danger, or revealed hidden paths through seemingly impassable terrain. Yet beneath her professional competence lay a personal quest that she shared with few. Her beloved niece had fallen victim to the zombie plague that swept through the inland settlements, and Azaka's journey into the jungle carried the desperate hope that lifting the death curse might somehow restore those lost to undeath. River Mist, the Tabaxi explorer, brought to her expeditions not just her natural feline agility and curiosity, but a comprehensive understanding of the jungle's intricate social ecosystem. Her kind had traded with the various Chultan tribes for generations, learning the delicate protocols necessary to avoid triggering ancient territorial disputes, or inadvertently violating sacred taboos. She spoke in rapid, excited bursts about the wonders hidden within the jungle's depths, but her golden eyes held the wariness of one who had seen too many expeditions vanish without trace into the green twilight. Salida's connection to the natural world transcended mere survival skills, touching upon something approaching the mystical. Plants seemed to respond to her presence, offering up their secrets about weather patterns, animal migrations, and the subtle changes in the jungle's mood that preceded major events. She read the forest like a scholar reads ancient texts, finding meaning in the songs of birds, the patterns of insect activity, and the way certain flowers bloomed or withered. Yet her communion with nature also made her acutely aware of the profound wrongness that the death curse had introduced into the natural order, a corruption that set her teeth on edge and filled her dreams with disturbing visions. The expedition soon discovered that navigating Chultan politics required skills as refined as jungle survival itself. The various tribes that called the peninsula home had spent centuries developing complex relationships based on mutual respect, careful reciprocity, and an intricate understanding of territorial boundaries that existed as much in the spiritual realm as the physical. The Aldani, crabfolk who dwelt along the river systems, served as neutral intermediaries between tribes that might otherwise view each other with suspicion. Their shells bore intricate patterns that told stories of alliance and conflict stretching back generations, and their memory for debts and obligations was legendary. The Grung, poison dart frog people who lived in the jungle's highest canopies, maintained an elaborate caste system based on skin coloration, with each hue indicating specific roles within their society. Their knowledge of toxins and antidotes was unparalleled, making them valuable allies for expeditions facing the jungle's countless venomous threats. Yet their society's rigid hierarchies meant that negotiations required precise attention to protocol, as a single breach of etiquette could transform potential allies into implacable enemies. Most mysterious of all were the Batiri, goblin tribes who had adapted to jungle life with remarkable success. Unlike their northern cousins, the Chultan goblins had developed sophisticated hunting techniques and a spiritual tradition that honored the jungle's ancient powers. They served as living repositories of oral history, preserving stories about Olmu's glory days and the catastrophe that had transformed it into a cursed ruin. Their shamans spoke of disturbing dreams that had begun shortly before the death curse manifested, visions of a great evil stirring in the lost city's depths. The Flaming Fist expedition, led by Commander Liara Porter, represented the most visible foreign presence in the jungle. Their disciplined ranks and standardized equipment, a stark contrast to the organic chaos of their surroundings. Porter herself was a veteran of numerous campaigns, her tactical acumen proven in conflicts across the Sword Coast. Yet she quickly discovered that conventional military wisdom offered little guidance in a realm where the very trees might harbor hostile intelligence. The company's official mission was to investigate the death curse and eliminate any threats to regional stability, but whispered conversations around their campfires revealed more complex motivations. Several Flaming Fist officers had lost family members to the curse, including Porter's own father, a retired captain who had been brought back from death 3 times during his military career, only to waste away as the curse reclaimed him. The expedition carried with it an undertone of personal vengeance that colored every decision and interaction. The presence of such a large, well-equipped military force inevitably attracted attention from other factions operating in the jungle. Harper agents, trained in the arts of information gathering and covert action, began infiltrating the Flaming Fist camps to monitor their activities and assess their true intentions. These spies moved like shadows through the jungle, their mission to gather intelligence about both the death curse and the various groups seeking to confront it. The Harpers brought their own perspective to the crisis, viewing the death curse not as an isolated catastrophe, but as part of a larger pattern of magical disturbances that had been building across the realms for months. Their agents carried detailed reports of similar anomalies, necromantic magic showing unusual potency in certain regions, planar barriers weakening in specific locations, and ancient artifacts responding to stimuli that should have had no effect upon them. The curse appeared to be merely the most visible manifestation of a deeper cosmic disturbance. Yet it was the stirring of older, more primal powers that truly set the jungle's political landscape ablaze with tension and fear. The Yuanti serpent people, whose empire had once encompassed much of Chult, had withdrawn into hidden temple complexes centuries ago, pursuing esoteric studies that most scholars preferred not to contemplate. Their occasional interactions with surface dwellers had been marked by sophisticated cruelty and an alien intelligence that found human motivations both amusing and irrelevant. Now, as expeditions pushed deeper into the jungle, reports began filtering back of increased Yuanti activity. Travelers spoke of glimpsing serpentine figures watching from concealment, of finding ritualistic markings carved into trees along ancient paths, and of hearing the hypnotic melodies that accompanied Yuanti ceremonies drifting through the night air. The serpent people seemed to be moving with purpose, coordinating activities across vast distances through means that defied conventional understanding. The Yuanti's renewed interest in surface affairs coincided suspiciously with the death curse's manifestation, leading some scholars to speculate about connections between the two phenomena. Ancient texts spoke of Yuanti involvement in primordial magic, of experiments that sought to transcend the normal boundaries between life and death. Their civilization had prospered during eras when other races struggled merely to survive, suggesting access to power sources that remained hidden from surface dwellers. More disturbing still were the reports of Yuanti diplomats making contact with certain Chultan tribes, offering alliance and support in exchange for unspecified future considerations. These negotiations violated centuries of established practice, as the serpent people had traditionally shown little interest in the affairs of surface dwellers. Their sudden desire for political engagement suggested that something had changed in their calculations, that the death curse had created opportunities or threats that demanded their direct intervention. The various expedition leaders found themselves navigating an increasingly complex web of relationships as they pushed deeper into the jungle. Alliances formed and dissolved with bewildering speed as new information emerged about the curse's effects and the political ramifications of different response strategies. Some groups chose to ally themselves closely with native guides and tribal leaders, recognizing that local knowledge would prove essential for survival. Others maintained distance from Chultan politics, fearing that entanglement in ancient disputes might compromise their primary mission. Yet perhaps the most significant factor in the jungle's shifting political landscape was the growing realization that the death curse had not affected all inhabitants equally. While humans, elves, dwarves, and other traditional races found themselves vulnerable to its effects, certain native species seemed largely immune to its influence. This disparity created complex moral and practical questions about whose interests should take priority in any resolution to the crisis. The Batiri shamans spoke of receiving visions that suggested the curse was somehow connected to ancient violations of natural law, cosmic balances that had been disturbed by those who sought to impose their will upon forces beyond mortal comprehension. Their interpretation positioned the crisis not as random catastrophe, but as inevitable consequence, the jungle's way of reasserting its dominion over those who had forgotten their proper place in the natural order. As expeditions established their first camps deep in the jungle's interior, the complex interplay of trust, suspicion, alliance, and betrayal began to shape their chances of success. Those who learned to read the subtle currents of Chultan politics found themselves welcomed into communities that had preserved ancient knowledge about the lost city of Olmo and the powers that slumbered within its ruins. Those who relied solely on foreign strength and superior equipment discovered that the jungle had its own ways of humbling the arrogant. The guides and guardians of Chult held within their collective memory the keys to understanding both the curse's true nature and the perils that awaited those who sought to confront it. Yet accessing that knowledge required more than gold or intimidation. It demanded the kind of respect and reciprocity that could only be earned through shared hardship and demonstrated wisdom. In the green depths where death stalked every shadow, trust became the most precious treasure of all. Chapter 4. The Lost City of Olmu. There are moments in the pursuit of truth when the seeker realizes that some knowledge comes with a price too terrible to calculate, yet too necessary to refuse. For the expeditions that had braved the jungle's countless perils and survived the treacherous politics of tribal alliances, the first glimpse of Olmu represented such a moment. Here, hidden beneath centuries of strangling vegetation and protected by guardians both natural and supernatural, lay the source of the death curse that threatened to unravel the very fabric of existence itself. The approach to the lost city defied every expectation that the expeditionaries had formed during their arduous journey through the jungle. Where they had anticipated grand ruins rising majestically above the canopy, they instead found a depression in the earth, where the very landscape seemed to have collapsed inward upon itself. Ancient stone walls emerged from the jungle floor like the bones of some titanic creature, their surfaces so heavily encrusted with moss and vines that their original architecture remained largely hidden from casual observation. Yet those with eyes trained to read the subtle signs of ancient construction could discern the remnants of what had once been one of the most magnificent cities ever built by mortal hands. Broad avenues, now choked with vegetation and broken by the roots of massive trees, spoke of an urban planning that had prioritized both beauty and function. Carved drainage channels, their original purpose obscured by centuries of accumulated debris, hinted at sophisticated engineering that had allowed the city to thrive in the challenging Chultan environment. The expedition scouts who first penetrated Olmu's outer defenses reported structures that challenged conventional understanding of architectural possibility. Buildings seemed to have been grown rather than built, their walls flowing with organic curves that suggested they had been shaped by magic rather than constructed with traditional tools. Decorative elements incorporated living plants as integral components, creating a seamless blend between natural and artificial that had no parallel in northern architecture. But it was the presence of the 9 shrines that truly marked Olmu as a place of profound spiritual significance and terrible danger. These structures, each dedicated to one of the Chultan trickster gods, stood throughout the ruined city, like sentinels guarding secrets that mortal minds were perhaps never meant to comprehend. Unlike the other ruins, The shrines had been preserved with supernatural perfection, their surfaces unmarked by time or weather, their carvings as crisp and detailed as the day they had been completed. Each shrine bore the distinctive iconography of its patron deity, rendered in materials that seemed to shift and change depending upon the viewer's perspective. The shrine of Ijin, the Almiraj Trickster, featured spiraling horn motifs that appeared to move when observed peripherally, creating an optical illusion that induced vertigo in those who stared too long. The structure dedicated to Kubazan, the froghemoth, incorporated pools of water that remained perfectly clear despite having no visible source or outlet, their depths revealing glimpses of scenes that seemed to exist in different times and places. The shrine of Moa, the Joculi, stretched skyward like a spear thrust into the earth, its surfaces covered with feathered serpent designs that seemed to writhe with their own inner life. Nang's shrine, honoring the Grung deity, featured poison dart motifs rendered in gems that pulsed with sickly light, while Obalaka's structure, dedicated to the Zorbo god, incorporated maze-like passages that defied three-dimensional geometry. Papazotl's shrine, devoted to the Eblis deity, rose in graceful spirals that drew the eye upward toward heights that seemed to extend far beyond what should have been physically possible. Shagambi's shrine, honoring the Kamadan, featured multiple entrances that all led to the same central chamber, regardless of which path was taken. The shrine of Ankh, the flail snail god, spiraled inward upon itself in patterns that hurt to contemplate, while Wango's shrine, dedicated to the Sioux monster, incorporated optical illusions that made it impossible to determine the structure's actual size or orientation. Yet it was not merely the shrine's architectural impossibility that marked them as places of power and peril. Each structure pulsed with magical energy that could be felt as a physical presence, a weight in the air that pressed down upon visitors with almost sentient awareness. Divination magic revealed complex enchantments, woven into the very foundations, protective spells and deadly traps that had remained active for centuries, waiting with patient malevolence for the unwary to trigger their ancient mechanisms. The first expedition members to approach the shrines discovered that each structure demanded a specific form of tribute or demonstration before revealing its secrets. These were not simple locks to be picked or barriers to be overcome through brute force, but complex puzzles that required understanding of Chultan mythology, wisdom about the trickster god's natures, and often a willingness to risk life and sanity in pursuit of knowledge. Ijin's shrine demanded that visitors navigate a maze where the walls shifted according to the observer's emotional state, requiring a level of self-control and mental discipline that few possessed. Those who succeeded in Ria, Qing the center found not treasure, but knowledge, fragments of memory that belonged to the shrine's creators, visions of Omu's glory days when the trickster gods walked among mortals, and the city thrived as a beacon of learning and spiritual enlightenment. Kubazan's shrine tested visitors' courage by submerging them in its mysterious pools, where they experienced the deaths of countless previous challengers, while somehow remaining physically unharmed. The psychological trauma of experiencing multiple deaths from the perspective of their victims left many expedition members permanently changed, their personalities altered by the weight of borrowed mortality. The Shrine of Moa required challengers to climb its impossible heights, while resisting the hypnotic effect of its serpentine carvings, which induced hallucinations that made distinguishing between reality and illusion increasingly difficult. Those who reached the summit discovered that the shrine's interior existed in a state of temporal flux, where past, present, and future overlapped in ways that human consciousness could barely process. Each shrine that was successfully navigated yielded not only mystical knowledge, but also physical tokens, carved puzzle cubes that bore the iconography of their respective trickster gods. These artifacts pulsed with the same otherworldly energy that permeated the shrines themselves, and expedition scholars quickly realized that they were components of a larger mechanism, keys designed to unlock something of immense significance hidden elsewhere in the ruined city. Yet, as more shrines were conquered, and more puzzle cubes were claimed, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. The challenges grew progressively more dangerous, more psychologically damaging, and more likely to claim victims. It became clear that the shrines were not merely repositories of ancient knowledge, but active participants in some vast design that required sacrifice and suffering to achieve its ultimate purpose. The expedition's Cholton guides grew increasingly agitated as their foreign charges pressed deeper into Omu's mysteries. The tribal shamans spoke of dreams that had grown more vivid and disturbing since the first puzzle cubes were claimed. Visions of a presence stirring in the depths beneath the city, something ancient and hungry that had been waiting for challengers worthy of its attention. Divination spells cast within Omu's boundaries produced results that defied interpretation, showing glimpses of events that seemed to exist outside normal temporal flow. Wizards reported that their magic felt different within the city's confines, more potent in some ways, but also more unpredictable, as if the very laws that governed arcane energy had been subtly altered by whatever power slumbered beneath the ruins. The wildlife within Omu exhibited behaviors that had no parallel elsewhere in the jungle. Dinosaurs that should have been apex predators cowered in the presence of certain ruins, while smaller creatures seemed drawn to specific locations with almost compulsive intensity. Plants grew in patterns that suggested deliberate cultivation, their arrangement forming complex geometric designs that could only be appreciated from elevated vantage points. Most disturbing of all were the signs of recent habitation scattered throughout the ruins. Equipment and personal effects from previous expeditions lay abandoned in locations that should have been inaccessible. Their owners vanished without trace. Some of these artifacts were centuries old, while others appeared to have been left mere days before the current expeditions arrived, creating a temporal paradox that scholars found deeply unsettling. As the various expedition groups claimed more puzzle cubes and delved deeper into Omu's secrets, they began to encounter evidence of a guiding intelligence behind the city's mysteries. The challenges they faced seemed tailored to their specific strengths and weaknesses, as if some vast mind was studying their capabilities and adjusting the trials accordingly. Traps that should have been ancient and mindless displayed tactical awareness that suggested active oversight. The discovery of hidden passages beneath the shrines revealed a network of tunnels that extended far deeper into the earth than surface surveys had suggested possible. These subterranean chambers bore carvings that depicted events from Omu's history with disturbing clarity, showing not just the city's golden age, but also its catastrophic downfall and the dark rituals that had preceded its abandonment. Yet it was the recurring imagery of a skeletal figure wreathed in necromantic energy that most troubled the expedition scholars. This entity appeared throughout the tunnel carvings as both destroyer and creator, responsible for Omu's fall, yet somehow essential to its continued existence. The figure's empty eye sockets seemed to follow viewers as they passed, and more than one explorer reported feeling watched whenever they lingered too long before these particular carvings. As the final puzzle cubes were claimed, and the expeditions prepared to unlock whatever secret lay at Omu's heart, the very air within the ruins seemed to thicken with anticipation. The jungle's normal sounds faded to whispers, as if the natural world itself was holding its breath in preparation for something momentous. The death curse that had drawn them all to this place pulsed with increased intensity, its effects accelerating as if approaching some crucial threshold. The lost city of Omu had revealed its surface mysteries, but the true test lay ahead in the depths beneath the ruins, where something infinitely patient and unutterably evil waited for worthy challengers to descend into its domain. Chapter 5. Ras Nsi and the Yuanti. There exists no tragedy more profound than that of the righteous fallen, no corruption more complete than that of the pure heart turned to darkness by the very forces it once sought to protect. In the shadows of Omu's ancient ruins, where the jungle pressed close against crumbling stone and serpentine whispers echoed through forgotten halls, such a tragedy walked in undead flesh, bearing the name Ras Nsi and the weight of a divine mandate perverted beyond all recognition. Once, in ages when Cholt knew peace and prosperity under the protection of Ubtao, the father of dinosaurs, Ras Nsi had stood as the god's chosen champion, a paladin whose dedication to justice and protection of the innocent had earned him a place among the most revered heroes in Chultan history. His name had been spoken with reverence in every village and settlement, a symbol of hope that even in the darkest times, divine justice would prevail against the forces of chaos and evil. But divine favor, like all gifts of power, carries with it the seeds of its own destruction. Ras Nsi's righteousness had burned with such intensity that it blinded him to the subtle corruptions that crept into his heart. The pride that whispered that his understanding of justice was superior to that of mortals, and eventually, even to that of his divine patron. When Abtao, in his inscrutable wisdom, chose to withdraw from active involvement in Chultan affairs, Ras Nsi's faith did not bend. It shattered. The transformation from champion to tyrant had been gradual at first, marked by increasingly harsh interpretations of divine law and growing impatience with those who questioned his methods. Ras Nsi began to see opposition, not as legitimate disagreement, but as heresy against divine will, resistance not as principled stance, but as corruption that required purging. His paladins became an army of zealots, their holy zeal twisted into something that brought terror, rather than comfort to the people they claimed to serve. The final break came when Ras Nsi declared himself the true voice of Abtao, claiming that the god's apparent silence was actually a test of faith that only he had passed. Those who refused to acknowledge his divine authority were branded as heretics and enemies of the natural order. The Chultan people, who had revered him for so long, found themselves faced with a choice between submission to tyranny or resistance against their former savior. The civil war that followed had torn Chult apart, pitting tribe against tribe, family against family, as Ras Nsi's forces sought to impose their vision of divine order upon a land that had once known harmony. Ancient alliances crumbled as communities were forced to choose sides, while those who attempted to remain neutral found themselves targets of both factions. The jungle itself seemed to recoil from the conflict, with many regions becoming tainted by the negative energy that flowed from such massive loss of life. Yet it was not battlefield defeat that finally brought Ras Nsi low, but the very corruption he had embraced in his quest for absolute righteousness. The dark powers he had bargained with in his desperation to impose order upon chaos demanded prices he had not anticipated. His flesh began to rot even as his spirit clung to unlife, transforming him into something that was neither fully alive nor entirely dead, a creature sustained by will and malice rather than divine grace. The Yuanti had watched Ras Nsi's fall with reptilian patience, recognizing in his corruption an opportunity to advance their own ancient agenda. These serpent people, whose empire had once encompassed much of Chult before withdrawing into hidden temple complexes, possessed knowledge of dark rituals and forbidden magics that could sustain undead existence far beyond normal limits. They offered Ras Nsi not redemption, but the power to continue his crusade even in death. The bargain struck between the fallen paladin and the Yuanti masters represented a convergence of interests that boded ill for all who dwelt in Chult. Ras Nsi gained access to necromantic arts that allowed him to raise armies of undead servants, creatures that felt neither pain nor fear, and required no sustenance save the animating energy of their master's will. In return, he became an agent of Yuanti ambitions, his undead legions serving to clear away obstacles to their expansion, while his reputation as a former champion of good provided cover for activities that might otherwise have attracted unwanted attention. The Yuanti themselves were creatures of ancient malice and sophisticated cruelty, beings whose serpentine forms reflected souls that had long since abandoned any connection to mammalian empathy or compassion. Their civilization operated according to principles that valued cunning above strength, patience above passion, and long-term planning above immediate gratification. They pursued goals that spanned centuries, weaving plots within plots, until even they sometimes lost track of which schemes served which ultimate purposes. Their hierarchy was as rigid as it was alien, with pure-blood Yuanti at the apex, beings so thoroughly transformed by serpentine magic that they retained only the barest semblance of their original humanoid forms. Below them served the Malisons, hybrids that combined human intelligence with serpentine instincts, while at the bottom labored the Histashi, lesser servants whose transformations had left them more snake than human in both body and mind. The Yuanti's interest in the death curse extended far beyond mere academic curiosity about necromantic phenomena. Their ancient texts spoke of primordial magics that could reshape the fundamental laws governing life and death, powers that their ancestors had sought to master before their empire's mysterious withdrawal from surface affairs. The curse represented either a weapon of unprecedented scope, or a cosmic catastrophe that threatened their own carefully laid plans. In either case, it demanded their direct intervention. Ras Nsi's base of operations, established in a series of interconnected temples that the Yuanti had constructed in Omu's shadow, served multiple purposes for his serpentine allies. The complex provided a staging area for expeditions into the lost city's ruins, a laboratory for experiments in necromantic enhancement, and a fortress from which to project power throughout the surrounding jungle. The undead legions that patrolled its perimeters served notice to any potential threats that this territory was claimed by forces beyond mortal comprehension. Yet the relationship between Ras Nsi and his Yuanti patrons was far from the simple alliance it appeared to outside observers. The Serpent People valued the fallen paladin primarily as a tool, a useful instrument whose undead nature made him immune to many forms of corruption or coercion, while his former reputation provided valuable cover for their activities. They fed him information and resources sufficient to maintain his effectiveness, while withholding the deeper truths about their ultimate objectives. Ras Nsi, for his part, harbored no illusions about his allies' true nature, but his transformation into undeath had altered his priorities in ways that made such considerations irrelevant. His former concern for justice and protection of the innocent had been replaced by an obsession with order and control that aligned perfectly with Yuanti methods, even if their ultimate goals remained divergent. He served them because they enabled his vision of perfect organization imposed through superior force. The expeditions venturing into Olmo's ruins soon discovered that Ras Nsi's forces represented one of the most significant obstacles to their mission. His undead servants patrolled key locations throughout the lost city, their presence serving both to guard Yuanti interests and to study the various expedition groups that sought to unravel the Death Curse's mysteries. These creatures fought with tactical sophistication that reflected their master's military experience, employing coordinated strategies that maximized their supernatural advantages while minimizing their weaknesses. More insidious than open warfare, however, were the psychological tactics that Ras Nsi employed against those who opposed him. His knowledge of Chultan culture and history allowed him to identify the cultural pressure points that could divide expedition groups and turn allies against each other. He spread rumors about hidden agendas and secret loyalties, sowed discord between foreign adventurers and native guides, and exploited the natural tensions that arose when desperate people competed for limited resources. The Yuanti contribution to these efforts was more subtle but no less effective. Their mastery of illusion magic and mental manipulation allowed them to plant false memories, induce paranoid delusions, and gradually corrupt the moral certainties that held expedition groups together. They worked like a poison in the bloodstream of organized resistance, weakening resolve and undermining trust, until even the most determined heroes began to question their allies and their mission. Yet perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Ras Nsi's transformation was the perverse nobility that still clung to his undead form. Echoes of his former righteousness emerged in his interactions with those he deemed worthy opponents, moments when the paladin he had once been showed through the monster he had become. These glimpses of his former self were perhaps more tragic than any purely evil corruption could have been, serving as reminders of how completely good intentions could be perverted by pride and desperation. The Yuanti recognized this quality in their servant and exploited it ruthlessly, presenting their schemes as necessary steps toward restoring proper order to a chaotic world. They framed their expansion into surface territories, not as conquest, but as restoration of ancient rites, their manipulation of local tribes, not as exploitation, but as guidance toward more efficient organization. Ras Nsi's residual sense of justice latched onto these justifications, finding in them the moral framework necessary to support actions that his living self would have found abhorrent. As the various expeditions drew closer to the source of the death curse, Ras Nsi's role shifted from passive observer to active antagonist. The Yuanti masters had concluded that allowing foreign adventurers to proceed unchecked posed unacceptable risks to their long-term objectives, regardless of whether those objectives aligned with lifting the curse or preserving it. Orders went out through their network of agents and allies. The expeditions were to be tested, weakened, and ultimately controlled or eliminated. The challenge facing the heroes was thus twofold. They must not only overcome the ancient mysteries and deadly traps that protected Olmu's ultimate secret, but also navigate the web of betrayal and manipulation that Ras Nsi and his Yuanti allies had woven throughout the region. Every native guide might be a serpent cultist. Every piece of information might be carefully crafted deception, and every alliance might conceal a trap designed to deliver them into enemy hands. In the depths of the jungle, where ancient evils stirred and new corruptions took root, the tragedy of Ras Nsi served as both warning and prophecy. Here was proof that even the purest intentions could be twisted toward darkness, that the very strength that made heroes capable of great good also made them capable of devastating evil. For those who sought to lift the death curse, his example posed a crucial question in pursuing their noble goal. What lines were they prepared to cross, and what would remain of their souls if they succeeded? Chapter 6. The Tomb's Terrible Entrance. Greed is perhaps the most ancient of sins, predating civilization itself, and in the pursuit of power or treasure, mortals have consistently demonstrated their willingness to ignore every warning, dismiss every omen, and sacrifice every principle that might stand between them and their desires. In the depths of Olmu's ruins, where the 9 puzzle cubes had finally been gathered, and their secrets revealed, this eternal flaw in the mortal character would claim a harvest more terrible than any reaper's scythe, as those who sought the source of the death curse discovered that some doors should never be opened. The revelation of the tomb's location had come as the final puzzle cube was placed in its proper position within a hidden chamber beneath Olmu's central pyramid. The ancient mechanism, dormant for centuries, had awakened with a grinding of stone and metal that seemed to echo through dimensions beyond the physical world. Walls had shifted, revealing passages that had been sealed since the city's abandonment, while floor stones had rotated to form new patterns that guided the way toward deeper mysteries. Yet even as the hidden entrance revealed itself, the expeditions found themselves confronted with warnings carved in multiple languages across the lintel stones. Cholton hieroglyphs spoke of death without redemption, while draconic runes warned of hungers that could never be satisfied. Ancient common script bore the simple message that would haunt the survivors for the rest of their lives. The dead reign here, and they do not welcome guests. The entrance itself defied architectural logic, beginning as a conventional corridor hewn from living stone, but gradually transforming into something that seemed to exist partly in this reality and partly in dimensions where different laws applied. The walls bore carvings that moved when observed directly, telling stories of ancient glory and inevitable doom in sequences that differed depending upon the viewer's perspective. Some expedition members reported seeing their own faces among the carved figures, depicted in scenes of triumph that somehow suggested tragedy, success that promised failure. The first chamber beyond the entrance appeared to be exactly what countless treasure seekers had dreamed of finding, a vast hall filled with riches beyond imagination. Golden artifacts arranged on pedestals of rare stone, jeweled weapons that gleamed with their own inner light, and magical items whose power could be felt as a tangible force in the air. Here was wealth sufficient to purchase kingdoms, power enough to reshape the world, and knowledge that could unlock the deepest mysteries of existence itself. Yet those expedition members who possessed wisdom hard-earned through previous encounters with ancient magics recognized the terrible perfection of the display. No tomb, no matter how grand, would leave its greatest treasures unguarded in the very first chamber. No ancient civilization would arrange their most precious artifacts with such convenient accessibility. This was not a treasure vault, but a trap, designed with sophisticated understanding of mortal psychology and the irresistible lure of easy wealth. The warnings of the wise fell upon ears deafened by greed and ambition. Members of various expeditions, exhausted by the long journey through the jungle and the deadly trials of the 9 shrines, saw in this chamber the vindication of all their sacrifices and the solution to their financial and political problems. Despite every caution, despite every expression of concern from their more experienced companions, they began to claim artifacts from the gleaming displays. The first treasure taken triggered no immediate consequence, encouraging others to believe that perhaps the warnings had been overly cautious. The second and third acquisitions similarly produced no visible reaction, creating a false sense of security that proved more deadly than any obvious trap could have been. It was only when a dozen artifacts had been claimed that the chamber's true nature began to reveal itself. The treasure seekers found themselves unable to leave the chamber, though the entrance remained clearly visible and apparently unobstructed. Their feet would not carry them toward the exit, their hands would not release the artifacts they had claimed, and their voices could produce no sound that reached their companions who stood just beyond the threshold. They had become prisoners of their own avarice, trapped in a space that existed between dimensions, suspended in a moment of apparent triumph that would stretch into eternity. But the chamber's cruelty extended far beyond simple imprisonment. The artifacts that had seemed so precious began to reveal their true nature as instruments of torment, designed by a mind that understood suffering with scholarly precision. Golden chalices filled themselves with substances that induced visions of loved ones dying in agony. Jeweled weapons whispered of the deaths they had caused across millennia, forcing their bearers to experience each killing from the victim's perspective. Magical tomes opened themselves to pages that inscribed the reader's deepest fears and regrets in letters of fire that burned themselves into memory. Those expedition members who remained free watched in horror as their trapped companions aged decades in minutes, their hair whitening, their skin wrinkling, their eyes growing hollow with the weight of experiences no mortal mind was meant to endure. Yet they remained conscious throughout their accelerated deterioration, aware of every moment of their suffering, calling out silently to friends who could see but not hear, reaching toward salvation that remained forever just beyond their grasp. The psychological impact upon the surviving expedition members proved almost as devastating as the fate of those directly trapped. They were forced to witness the slow torture of their companions, while remaining powerless to intervene, their every attempt at rescue rebuffed by magical barriers that permitted observation but prevented interference. Some attempted to shatter the invisible walls through brute force, blooding their hands against surfaces that felt solid as stone, despite being invisible as air. Others tried to solve the chamber's mystery through magical investigation, only to discover that divination spells cast within the tomb's boundaries produced results that were deliberately misleading and psychologically damaging. The tomb's designer had anticipated every form of rescue attempt and prepared countermeasures that turned compassion into another weapon against the living. Healing spells cast toward the trapped treasure seekers instead accelerated their suffering. Attempts to dispel the chamber's magic resulted in temporal distortions that caused the trapped victims to experience their torment in endless loops. Even prayer seemed to be absorbed and corrupted, with divine energies being transformed into new instruments of psychological torture. As hours passed and became days, the true scope of the trap's sophistication became apparent. The chamber existed in a state of temporal suspension, where the trapped victims could observe the passage of time in the outside world, while experiencing their own suffering at an accelerated rate. They watched their former companions debate rescue strategies, observed their growing desperation and despair, and witnessed the gradual dissolution of expedition unity as stress and horror took their inevitable toll. The treasure chamber served not merely as punishment for greed, but as a demonstration of power, designed to intimidate and demoralize those who might otherwise challenge the tomb's deeper mysteries. It announced to all who witnessed its effects that they were dealing with intelligence so vast and malevolent that their greatest suffering was merely casual entertainment, their most desperate struggles, nothing more than amusing diversions for a mind that had transcended normal limitations of empathy and compassion. The expedition scholars who studied the chamber's magical emanations reported energy signatures unlike anything in their previous experience. This was not merely necromancy or illusion magic, but something that seemed to operate according to principles that existed outside normal magical theory. The spells involved appeared to draw power from sources that conventional arcane study had never identified, tapping into cosmic forces that most practitioners would have considered theoretical rather than practical. Most disturbing of all were the reports from expedition members who possessed sensitivity to planar energies. They described feeling the presence of countless other victims, trapped in similar chambers throughout what they were beginning to understand was a vast complex, extending far deeper into the earth than surface surveys had suggested. The treasure chamber was not an isolated trap, but merely the first in a sequence of torments designed to sort potential challengers according to their various weaknesses and areas of vulnerability. As the expeditions finally accepted that their trapped companions could not be saved and prepared to venture deeper into the tomb's mysteries, they carried with them the knowledge that they had witnessed only the beginning of horrors that awaited them in the depths below. The entrance chamber had served its purpose perfectly, demonstrating the price of greed, while simultaneously identifying those expedition members who possessed the psychological resilience necessary to face greater challenges. The tomb's architect had designed the treasure chamber, not merely to punish the greedy, but to prepare the survivors for trials that would test every aspect of their character and resolve. Those who could witness such suffering without losing their sanity or abandoning their mission possessed qualities that made them worthy opponents for challenges that lay ahead. The entrance had been as much selection process as deterrent, separating those who might provide entertainment from those who would merely provide tedious disappointment. Behind sealed doors that had opened only when the proper keys were turned, deeper passages beckoned with promises of greater horrors and more profound mysteries. The expeditions that had survived the entrance chamber's psychological assault now faced a choice that would define their ultimate fate. They could retreat, carrying with them the knowledge of their companions' doom, but preserving their own lives and sanity, or they could press forward into depths where even greater evils awaited, driven by duty, vengeance, or simple determination to complete their mission regardless of cost. The tomb's terrible entrance had claimed its victims and delivered its message with perfect clarity. Those who entered seeking easy wealth would find only suffering, but those who continued past the false treasures into the true heart of darkness might discover prizes beyond imagination or perils beyond description. In either case, they would find exactly what they deserved. Chapter 7. Descent into the True Tomb. There comes a moment in every hero's journey when the familiar world falls away entirely, when the laws of physics and reason that have governed their existence are revealed to be merely local customs rather than universal truths. For those expeditions that had witnessed the horror of the treasure chamber and chosen to press deeper into the tomb's mysteries, this moment arrived with the crossing of the threshold beyond the false entrance, where they discovered that they had entered not merely a burial site, but a realm where reality itself bent to the will of its architect. The descent began innocuously enough, with a spiral staircase carved from black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The steps descended in a perfect mathematical progression, each one precisely measured to create a rhythm that was both hypnotic and subtly unsettling. Expedition members found themselves counting the steps involuntarily, their minds seeking patterns in the descent that seemed to promise meaning, but delivered only growing unease. As they descended, the very nature of space began to shift around them. Corridors that should have led in straight lines curved back upon themselves in impossible geometries. Doorways that appeared identical in size and shape opened onto chambers of vastly different dimensions. Distance became unreliable, with passages that seemed short proving to require hours to traverse, while others that appeared to stretch beyond the horizon could be crossed in mere minutes. The architecture itself defied conventional understanding, featuring walls that seemed to breathe with their own internal rhythm, floors that shifted between stone and metal and stranger substances, depending upon the observer's attention, and ceilings that disappeared into darkness, so complete that magical light could not penetrate their depths. The entire complex gave the impression of being alive, aware, and actively hostile to the presence of living beings within its boundaries. The tomb's designer had created chambers that served no apparent practical purpose, spaces that existed solely to inflict psychological damage upon those who entered them. One room contained nothing but mirrors that reflected not the viewer's current appearance, but their faces as they would look in death, showing with perfect clarity the decay and dissolution that awaited them. Another chamber featured walls covered with paintings that depicted the expedition members' own loved ones in situations of terrible danger, scenes that felt so real that several heroes broke formation to attempt rescues of people who existed only in pigment and malicious imagination. Temperature fluctuated wildly throughout the complex, with some corridors maintaining a bone-chilling cold that penetrated even magical protection, while others blazed with heat that made breathing difficult and metal objects too hot to touch comfortably. These extremes seemed designed not for any practical defensive purpose but purely to create discomfort and drain the physical and magical resources of intruders. The lighting within the tomb obeyed no natural laws, with some areas bathed in a sickly phosphorescent glow that emanated from the walls themselves, while others remained shrouded in darkness so complete that even dark vision could not penetrate it. Magical light sources behaved unpredictably, sometimes blazing with uncomfortable intensity and other times guttering to barely visible embers, regardless of the energy invested in maintaining them. Sound traveled strangely through the tomb's passages, with whispered conversations carrying clearly across vast distances, while shouts made at close range seemed muffled and indistinct. Echoes arrived before the sounds that created them, and phantom voices spoke in languages that predated human civilization, reciting what sounded like names or perhaps accusations in tones that conveyed meaning, despite being incomprehensible. The expedition scholars who attempted to map the tomb's layout discovered that their charts changed when they weren't observing them directly, with new passages appearing and familiar routes vanishing, as if the structure was actively reconfiguring itself to frustrate navigation attempts. Magical methods of recording spatial relationships proved equally unreliable, with spells that should have created perfect maps instead producing drawings that hurt to look at and seemed to move when viewed peripherally. Water, that most basic requirement for life, became another tool of torment within the tomb's boundaries. Fountains and wells appeared throughout the complex, offering what seemed like relief to exhausted explorers, but the liquid they contained induced visions of past failures and future dooms. Some water sources aged those who drank from them, while others induced temporary paralysis or hallucinations that could last for days. The very air within the tomb seemed tainted with malevolence, carrying scents that triggered powerful emotional responses. The smell of flowers from childhood gardens, mixed with the stench of battlefields, the aroma of favorite foods contaminated with the odor of decay. Breathing became an act of will as much as necessity, with each inhalation potentially bringing psychological assault along with vital oxygen. Gravity itself proved unreliable in certain chambers, with some rooms featuring multiple directional fields that allowed walking on walls or ceilings, while others created pockets of weightlessness that left explorers floating helplessly until they could reach handholds or doorways. These spatial distortions seemed designed to disorient and exhaust rather than serve any defensive purpose, adding another layer of psychological pressure to an already overwhelming environment. The tomb's corridors featured murals that told stories in sequences that changed depending upon the direction of travel, with expedition members discovering that retracing their steps revealed entirely different narratives painted on the same walls. These artistic displays seemed to focus on themes of betrayal and corruption, showing heroes gradually transformed into villains through small compromises and justified expedients. Doors throughout the complex required increasingly bizarre and disturbing methods of opening. Some demanded payment in blood, with hidden mechanisms that would only activate when fed fresh life essence. Others required the recitation of names of the dead, forcing expedition members to speak aloud the identities of loved ones they had lost. Still others opened only when approached by those experiencing specific emotional states, compelling heroes to relive traumatic memories or confront their deepest fears. The expedition clerics discovered that divine magic functioned differently within the tomb's boundaries, with healing spells sometimes producing unexpected side effects and communication with their deities becoming increasingly difficult and unreliable. Prayer itself seemed to be monitored and analyzed, with the tomb responding to requests for divine aid by producing twisted parodies of the assistance sought. Arcane magic fared no better, with spells behaving unpredictably and sometimes producing effects that were completely opposite to their intended purpose. Teleportation magic failed entirely, trapping expedition members within the tomb's boundaries, regardless of their magical power or divine favor. Divination spells produced results that were deliberately misleading, showing false futures and distorted pasts designed to undermine confidence and encourage despair. The tomb's architect had anticipated every conventional method of dealing with dungeon hazards and prepared countermeasures that turned standard adventuring techniques into additional sources of danger. Thieves found their lockpicking skills useless against mechanisms that required moral rather than mechanical solutions. Warriors discovered that combat prowess meant nothing against enemies that existed primarily in psychological rather than physical dimensions. Most insidious of all were the tomb's attempts to corrupt the expedition members' fundamental sense of morality and purpose. Chambers presented scenarios where the only path forward required choices that violated deeply held principles, doors that would only open if innocent prisoners were abandoned to die, passages that demanded the sacrifice of expedition members for the greater good, puzzles that could only be solved through acts of betrayal or cowardice. The psychological pressure of these moral tests proved as exhausting as any physical challenge, forcing heroes to confront the uncomfortable truth that their noble ideals might not be sufficient to overcome the tomb's demands. Some expedition members began to crack under the strain, their personalities fragmenting as they struggled to reconcile their self-image as virtuous heroes with the increasingly dark choices required for survival. As the expeditions descended deeper into the tomb's nightmare architecture, they began to encounter evidence of previous challengers who had attempted similar journeys. Equipment and personal effects lay scattered throughout the passages, their owners' fates unclear but presumably grim. Some of these artifacts were centuries old, while others appeared disturbingly recent, suggesting that the tomb had been claiming victims continuously since its construction. The deeper chambers featured increasingly elaborate death traps that seemed designed more for psychological impact than efficient killing. Rooms filled with slowly descending ceilings that would crush victims over the course of hours rather than minutes. Chambers that gradually filled with acid while exit doors remained tantalizingly visible but inaccessible. Passages that induced aging effects, allowing trapped explorers to watch themselves grow old and die over the span of days. The expedition members who survived these initial trials found themselves fundamentally changed by the experience, their confidence shaken, and their trust in reality itself severely compromised. They had entered the tomb as heroes certain of their righteousness and capabilities. They emerged from the upper levels as beings who had been forced to confront the ultimate fragility of their convictions and the terrible price of challenging powers beyond mortal comprehension. Yet even these horrors were merely preparation for the greater trials that awaited them in the tomb's deeper levels, where the trickster gods themselves held court and the true test of the hero's worth would begin in earnest. Chapter 8. The Trickster Gods' Trials. In the deepest mythologies of mortal creation, there exists a fundamental truth that wisdom often wears the mask of folly, that the greatest teachers are those who instruct through paradox and pain, rather than direct explanation. The trickster gods of ancient Chult embodied this principle in its purest form. divine beings who understood that growth could only come through struggle, that enlightenment required the destruction of comfortable illusions, and that true strength emerged only from the ashes of absolute defeat. In the depths of the tomb that bore their essence, these deities would subject the expedition heroes to trials that transcended mere physical challenge, becoming journeys through the very nature of existence itself. The domain of Ijin, the Al-Mirage trickster god, manifested as a labyrinth that existed in a state of constant flux, its walls shifting and rearranging themselves, according to patterns that seemed to follow the emotional state and hidden fears of those who attempted to navigate its passages. Unlike conventional mazes that could be solved through systematic exploration or magical mapping, Ijin's realm demanded a different kind of navigation entirely, one that required heroes to confront the contradictions within their own hearts and minds. The labyrinth's walls were constructed from a crystalline material that reflected not physical images, but psychological truths, showing expedition members aspects of themselves they had never acknowledged or had deliberately hidden from conscious awareness. Warriors saw themselves as the bullies and tyrants they had fought against. Clerics witnessed their own capacity for the very evil they claimed to oppose. Rogues beheld their potential for genuine heroism alongside their criminal inclinations. Those who attempted to navigate Ijin's maze through conventional means found themselves walking in endless circles, their progress measured not in distance covered, but in psychological insights gained. The only way forward lay in accepting the uncomfortable truths revealed by the crystalline walls, acknowledging the full spectrum of their own nature, rather than clinging to simplified self-images. Heroes who could embrace their capacity for both good and evil, strength and weakness, wisdom and foolishness, discovered pathways opening before them that had been invisible to those who maintained rigid definitions of their own identity. The trial's culmination required expedition members to literally merge with their reflected selves, accepting unity with aspects of their personality they had previously rejected. This integration process proved intensely painful, as heroes experienced the full weight of their own moral complexity. Many emerged from Ijin's domain, fundamentally changed, their certainties replaced by nuanced understanding, their righteous anger tempered by recognition of their own capacity for the very flaws they condemned in others. Kubazan's realm presented a trial of endurance that tested not physical stamina but spiritual resilience in the face of overwhelming futility. The Froghemoth god's domain appeared as a vast underground ocean, its waters black as midnight and filled with currents that seemed to flow through dimensions beyond the merely spatial. Heroes found themselves swimming through liquid that was simultaneously water, memory, and pure emotion, each stroke requiring them to relive moments of failure and disappointment from their past. The trial demanded that expedition members swim toward a distant shore that never seemed to grow closer, their progress constantly negated by currents that pulled them back toward deeper waters where they risked drowning in their own accumulated regrets. The key to surviving Kubazan's test lay not in reaching the destination, but in accepting the journey itself as worthwhile, finding meaning in struggle even when success seemed impossible. Heroes who attempted to overcome the trial through force or magical enhancement discovered that such efforts only strengthened the opposing currents, as if the realm itself was designed to resist those who relied too heavily on external power rather than internal resolve. Only those who could find peace within futility, who could continue striving without attachment to results, finally discovered solid ground beneath their feet and emerged from the dark waters, transformed by their experience of purposeful persistence. Moa's domain challenged expedition members with trials of wisdom that took the form of impossible choices, where every option carried profound moral consequences. The Jaculi god's realm manifested as a series of interconnected chambers, each presenting scenarios that demanded immediate decisions with far-reaching implications for the innocent and guilty alike. Heroes found themselves forced to choose between saving a village of children or preserving an ancient forest that sheltered endangered magical creatures. They had to decide whether to reveal a terrible truth that would destroy a family's happiness or maintain a comforting lie that enabled continued suffering. Each choice eliminated certain possibilities, while opening others, creating chains of consequence that extended far beyond the immediate situation. The trial's true test lay not in making the correct choices, for Moa's realm contained no universally right answers, but in accepting full responsibility for the consequences of their decisions. Heroes who attempted to avoid choice through inaction discovered that even refusal to decide carried moral weight and produced outcomes for which they remained accountable. Only those who could embrace the burden of choice without being crushed by its weight successfully navigated Moa's challenges. Nang's realm subjected heroes to trials of purification that forced them to confront every toxic thought, emotion, and desire they had ever harbored. The Grung god's domain appeared as a vast garden filled with plants whose flowers released spores that made hidden aspects of personality visible as physical manifestations. Hatred appeared as writhing shadows, jealousy as consuming flames, and pride as suffocating mists that clouded vision and judgment. The trial required expedition members to journey through this garden, while being constantly assaulted by externalized versions of their own psychological toxins. Heroes had to find ways to neutralize these manifestations not through violence, which only strengthened them, but through understanding and transformation. Anger could only be dissolved through genuine forgiveness, fear through acceptance of vulnerability, and pride through authentic humility. Those who successfully completed Nang's trial emerged spiritually cleansed, but also fundamentally changed. Their personalities, refined through the removal of psychological impurities they had carried for years or decades. The process proved extraordinarily painful, as heroes were forced to experience the full weight of emotions they had previously suppressed or rationalized away. Obolaka's realm presented trials of integration that challenged heroes to maintain their sense of self while experiencing existence from radically different perspectives. The Zorbo god's domain manifested as a shifting maze where each chamber contained portals that allowed, or forced, expedition members to experience life through the senses and consciousness of other beings. Heroes found themselves experiencing existence as prey, animals fleeing from predators, as ancient trees witnessing the passage of centuries, as stones worn smooth by countless years of erosion. Each perspective shift brought new understanding, but also threatened to fragment their sense of individual identity, as they struggled to maintain coherence while processing radically alien forms of consciousness. The trial demanded that expedition members learn to maintain their core identity, while simultaneously expanding their understanding of existence to encompass viewpoints that challenge their basic assumptions about reality. Those who clung too rigidly to their original perspective found themselves trapped in limited viewpoints, while those who allowed themselves to be completely absorbed by alien consciousness risked losing themselves entirely. Papazotl's realm tested heroes through trials of transcendence that required them to release their attachment to physical existence while maintaining their commitment to their mission. The Eblis god's domain appeared as a series of ascending platforms that could only be reached by progressively abandoning material concerns and desires. Heroes discovered that each level of ascent required them to relinquish something they valued. First material possessions, then social connections, then personal ambitions, and finally their very sense of individual identity. The trial demanded complete surrender of ego while somehow maintaining the will to continue pursuing their goal of lifting the death curse. The paradox of Papazotl's test lay in learning to act without attachment to action, to strive without desire for achievement, to maintain purpose while releasing personal investment in outcomes. Heroes who successfully navigated this challenge emerged with a profound understanding of detachment that made them simultaneously more effective and less driven by personal concerns. Shagambi's realm subjected expedition members to trials of unity that forced them to experience the interconnectedness of all existence while maintaining their individual agency and responsibility. The Kamadan god's domain manifested as a vast network of crystalline threads that connected every living being, thought, and emotion across time and space. Heroes found themselves experiencing the consequences of every action they had ever taken, feeling the ripple effects of their choices as they spread through the web of existence to touch countless other lives. They witnessed how their smallest kindnesses had prevented suicides, and their minor cruelties had destroyed relationships. The trial revealed the profound responsibility that came with the recognition that no action existed in isolation. The challenge lay in accepting this overwhelming responsibility without being paralyzed by its weight, in maintaining the capacity for decisive action, while fully understanding the far-reaching consequences of every choice. Heroes who completed Shigambi's trial gained profound wisdom about the nature of moral responsibility, but also developed the emotional resilience necessary to act ethically, despite the complexity of consequences. Unka's realm tested heroes through trials of patience that stretched their perception of time, until moments felt like years and years compressed into heartbeats. The flail snail god's domain existed in a state of temporal flux, where the normal relationship between action and consequence became meaningless, where effects preceded causes and outcomes determined their own origins. Heroes found themselves trapped in cycles where they experienced their own deaths before making the choices that led to them, where they received rewards for actions they had not yet performed, where their past selves responded to knowledge their present selves had not yet acquired. The trial demanded that expedition members maintain their sanity and sense of purpose while navigating a reality where linear causality had been abandoned. The key to surviving Unk's realm lay in learning to act with perfect timing, despite having no reliable way to measure time's passage, in maintaining faith in cause and effect even when their relationship became paradoxical. Heroes who emerged from this trial gained an intuitive understanding of cosmic timing that served them well in the challenges that lay ahead. Wongo's realm subjected heroes to trials of truth that forced them to distinguish between reality and illusion, when the two had become indistinguishable. The Su monster god's domain manifested as an endless series of false realities, each perfectly convincing and internally consistent, where heroes had to navigate through layers of deception to reach authentic truth. The trial began with simple illusions that could be detected through careful observation or magical investigation, but progressed to realities so complete and convincing that even divine magic could not distinguish them from truth. Heroes found themselves living entire false lives, complete with memories and relationships that felt absolutely real, before discovering that everything they had experienced was elaborate deception. The ultimate test required expedition members to maintain their commitment to truth, even when reality itself became questionable, to trust their deepest convictions about right and wrong, even when their senses and reasoning provided contradictory evidence. Those who successfully navigated Wongo's challenges emerged with unshakable confidence in their ability to recognize truth regardless of how convincingly falsehood might be presented. Each Trickster god's trial fundamentally transformed those who survived it, stripping away comfortable illusions and replacing them with hard-won wisdom. The heroes who emerged from these spiritual gauntlets bore little resemblance to those who had entered, their personalities refined through suffering, their understanding deepened through paradox, their strength forged through acceptance of weakness. Yet even these profound transformations were merely preparation for the ultimate challenge that awaited them in the tomb's deepest chambers, where the architect of all their suffering waited with patience born of eons and hunger that transcended mortal understanding. Chapter 9. The Cradle of the Death God. There exists in the darkest corners of arcane knowledge a theorem that power, once achieved, inevitably seeks to transcend its own limitations, to break free from the very rules that enabled its creation. This principle finds its most terrifying expression in those beings who have already surpassed mortal existence, yet hunger still for greater dominion, who view godhood not as an ultimate achievement, but merely as another stepping stone toward absolute supremacy. In the deepest chamber of the tomb, where the accumulated suffering of countless ages had been distilled into pure malevolent energy, such ambition had taken physical form in a device of unimaginable evil, and its architect's final, most audacious gambit for power beyond measure. The descent to the tomb's ultimate chamber required passage through a corridor that seemed to exist outside normal space and time. its walls lined with alcoves containing the preserved remains of every challenger who had reached this depth over the centuries. These were not mere skeletal remains, but perfect preservations of the moment of death, their faces frozen in expressions of horror, despair, or terrible understanding of what they had discovered in their final moments. Each preserved corpse bore inscriptions carved into their flesh with surgical precision, detailed records of their capabilities, their fears, their final thoughts, and most disturbingly, their spiritual essence quantified and catalogued like specimens in some cosmic laboratory. The inscriptions revealed that these were not victims of conventional death, but volunteers in experiments that had tested the very boundaries between life and death, existence and void. The chamber that housed the soulmonger defied architectural description, existing as a spherical void, carved from living obsidian that seemed to absorb not just light but hope itself. The walls curved in perfect mathematical precision, creating acoustic properties that amplified every whisper into a chorus of voices from the dead, while reducing screams to barely audible moans. The chamber's geometry created the impression of infinite space contained within finite boundaries, a paradox that hurt to contemplate and suggested engineering principles that operated according to rules from dimensions where different physical laws applied. At the chamber's heart stood the soulmonger itself, a device that transcended conventional understanding of magical artifice, part machine, part organism, part concept given physical form. It pulsed with malevolent life that seemed to emanate from sources beyond the merely material. Its surface shifted between crystalline formations that reflected impossible colors and organic tissues that breathed with rhythms that matched no living creature's biology. The device's construction incorporated elements that belonged to no known magical tradition, metals that existed only in theoretical alchemical texts, gems that had been cut from compressed time itself, and organic components harvested from entities that dwelt in spaces between dimensions. Channels carved into its surface flowed with energies that registered on no conventional magical detection, while runes inscribed in its core spelled out formulas that described the fundamental mathematics of soul destruction. Suspended above the soulmonger on chains forged from crystallized despair, hung a sphere of absolute void, a pocket of nothingness so complete that it seemed to devour the very concept of existence. This was no mere sphere of annihilation, as might be found protecting lesser treasures, but something far more fundamental, a gateway to the space between realities where discarded possibilities went to die, where the remnants of unmade universes settled into final decay. The sphere's presence created distortions in reality that made observation painful and understanding almost impossible. Heroes who looked directly upon it reported experiencing the sensation of their own non-existence, brief glimpses of realities where they had never been born, where their every achievement had been undone, where their very essence had been consumed by absolute nothingness. The psychological impact of these visions proved so severe that several expedition members required magical intervention to maintain their sanity. Yet it was not the device itself, but its creator, that commanded the chamber's attention. Acererak, the dread lich whose name was whispered in fearful recognition across a dozen worlds, stood before his ultimate creation with the patience of one who had transcended mortal concepts of time and urgency. His form bore little resemblance to the conventional image of undead nobility. Instead, he had become something that existed at the intersection of intellect and malevolence, a being whose very presence warped reality around him. The archlich's skull, polished to mirror brightness, reflected not the chamber around him but glimpses of the countless worlds where his influence had spread like a plague of despair. His eye sockets burned with fires that had been kindled in the hearts of dying stars, while his robes seemed to be woven from the shadows cast by collapsing civilizations. He stood not as a creature of death, but as death's ultimate expression, its most perfect and terrible advocate. Acererak's voice, when he finally acknowledged the expedition's arrival, carried harmonics that resonated through dimensions beyond the audible, speaking words that bypassed the ears entirely to inscribe themselves directly upon the consciousness of those who heard them. His greeting was not threats or boasts, but scholarly discourse, the pleased recognition of one intellectual encountering others, whose capabilities had earned his professional respect. "Welcome," the Archlich intoned, his words carrying the weight of eons, "to the culmination of my greatest work. You have survived trials designed to separate the merely competent from the truly exceptional, and your presence here validates assumptions I have refined across millennia of careful observation. You stand witness to the birth of something unprecedented in the cosmic order, the voluntary evolution of consciousness beyond the limitations imposed by conventional godhood." The soulmonger's true purpose revealed itself through Esarak's explanation, a lecture delivered with the enthusiasm of a master craftsman displaying his greatest achievement. The death curse was not merely a weapon of mass destruction, but a harvesting mechanism designed to collect the spiritual essence of every being brought back from death across the known planes of existence. Each resurrection that had failed, each formerly dead being that had wasted away, had fed their accumulated life force into the device's ever-growing reservoir of power. The scope of the harvest exceeded even the expedition's most pessimistic projections. The soulmonger had been feeding not just on souls from the material plane, but on spiritual energy from across the multiverse, drawing power from celestials and fiends alike, from beings whose resurrections had been prevented by the curse's influence in realms that most mortals never suspected existed. The device represented the most ambitious soul theft operation ever conceived, its reach extending into dimensions where the very concept of death operated according to alien principles. But the collection of souls was merely the preparatory phase of Esarak's ultimate design. The accumulated spiritual energy was being refined and compressed through processes that violated fundamental laws governing the nature of existence itself. Each soul fed to the soulmonger underwent systematic destruction. Its individual identity dissolved while its essential life force was extracted and purified into a substance that Esarak referred to as quintessential mortality, the distilled essence of what it meant to be finite, vulnerable, and subject to death. This quintessential mortality served as the key component in the Archlich's bid for evolutionary transcendence. Traditional godhood, he explained with dismissive contempt, was merely an expansion of existing limitations rather than their abolition. Gods remained bound by cosmic rules, constrained by the expectations of their worshippers, and ultimately vulnerable to forces greater than themselves. They had achieved power within the system, rather than power over the system itself. Esarak's vision extended far beyond such pedestrian ambitions. The soulmonger would enable him to consume the very concept of mortality, to incorporate into his being the essential quality that separated finite existence from infinite potential. By absorbing quintessential mortality, while maintaining his undead nature, he would become a paradox that transcended normal categories of existence, simultaneously finite and infinite, mortal and immortal, bound and unbound by cosmic law. The transformation would grant him authority over the fundamental forces that governed life and death across all realities, making him not merely a god among many, but the ultimate arbitrator of existence itself. He would become capable of deciding not just who lived or died, but who had ever lived or would ever die, retroactively editing the cosmic record to reshape reality according to his preferences. The sphere of annihilation suspended above the soulmonger served as the final component in this impossible transformation. When the device had accumulated sufficient quintessential mortality, the sphere would descend to make contact with the refined spiritual essence, creating a collision between existence and void that would tear holes in the fabric of reality itself. Through these wounds in cosmic order, Esarak would step beyond the limitations that bound even the mightiest gods, emerging as something entirely new in the history of creation. The expedition members who witnessed this revelation found themselves confronting not just a threat to their own world, but to the very concept of ordered existence. Esarak's success would unravel the fundamental structures that enabled life, consciousness, and meaning to exist anywhere in the multiverse. Every world, Every reality, every possibility, would become subject to the whims of a being whose understanding of suffering had long since transcended any capacity for mercy or restraint. Yet the Archlich seemed genuinely pleased by their horror, viewing their revulsion as vindication of his achievement's magnitude. He had spent millennia refining his understanding of fear, despair, and spiritual anguish, not out of sadistic pleasure, but as research into the fundamental forces that he would soon command absolutely. Their terror was data, their despair was confirmation, their desperate determination to stop him was merely another variable in calculations that had anticipated every possible form of resistance. The soulmonger pulsed with increasing intensity as their conversation continued, its accumulated power nearing the threshold required for Esraric's final transformation. The device had been feeding on the Death Curse's harvest for months, growing stronger with each soul claimed, each resurrection prevented, each former returnee consumed by wasting entropy. The very act of bringing heroes to this chamber had served the Archlich's purposes, as their journey had created additional opportunities for death and suffering that fed his machine's insatiable hunger. The expedition members realized with growing dread that they had been anticipated, planned for, and incorporated into Esraric's design from the very beginning. Their presence in his chamber was not the result of their own cleverness or determination, but the fulfillment of calculations performed centuries ago. They were not challengers who had discovered his plot, but components whose arrival marked the beginning of his final phase, as the sphere of annihilation began its slow descent toward the soulmonger's accumulated quintessential mortality. The heroes faced a choice that would determine not just their own fate, but the future of existence itself. They could attempt to destroy the device and prevent Esraric's transformation, knowing that failure would doom every reality to his malevolent rule, or they could seek some other solution to a problem that transcended conventional heroism and demanded wisdom that no mortal mind was equipped to provide. In the cradle of the Death God, where the boundaries between life and death had been systematically dissolved, the ultimate test of heroism was about to begin. Chapter 10. The Final Confrontation. There are moments in the cosmic order when the fate of all existence hinges upon the actions of a handful of mortals, when the accumulated weight of destiny focuses itself through the choices made by beings whose very limitations become their greatest strength. In the depths of Esraric's tomb, as the sphere of annihilation descended toward its collision with quintessential mortality, and reality itself began to fracture under the strain of impossible forces, such a moment arrived with the terrible clarity that precedes either salvation or absolute catastrophe. The battle began not with clash of weapons or explosion of spells, but with Esraric's expression of genuine scholarly interest in observing how beings of finite power would attempt to challenge forces that transcended mortal comprehension. The Archlich regarded the expedition heroes not as threats to be eliminated, but as test subjects whose responses would provide valuable data about the nature of heroism, desperation, and the will to persist in the face of absolute futility. His first assault came in the form of temporal manipulation that scattered the heroes across different moments in the chamber's history, forcing them to experience the tomb's construction, the installation of the soulmonger, and the deaths of countless previous challengers, as if these events were occurring simultaneously with their own struggle. Past, present, and future collapsed into a single overwhelming moment, where heroes found themselves fighting battles that had already been lost while trying to prevent catastrophes that had already occurred. The expedition's warriors discovered that conventional combat techniques proved worse than useless against an opponent who existed partially outside normal temporal flow. Sword strikes that should have connected passed through empty air as Esraric moved between seconds, while magical attacks found targets that were simultaneously present and absent, real and illusory. The Archlich's counterattacks arrived before his movements began, forcing heroes to defend against assaults they could not predict or perceive until after they had already been wounded. Yet it was not Esraric alone that the heroes faced, but the tomb itself, which had awakened to full malevolent consciousness as its master's transformation approached completion. The chamber's walls began to pulse with sympathetic rhythm to the soulmonger's energy fluctuations, while the floor beneath their feet shifted and flowed like liquid stone, creating treacherous footing that threatened to trap or engulf the unwary. The preserved corpses in the corridor, alcoves animated with terrible purpose, shambling forward to join the battle, not as mindless undead, but as perfect recreations of their living selves at the moment of their greatest power. Heroes found themselves confronting legendary adventurers from ages past, champions and villains whose capabilities had been preserved, along with their physical forms, their skills and knowledge intact, but their loyalties bound absolutely to the tomb's will. The sphere of annihilation continued its inexorable descent, its gravitational influence creating distortions that made movement and spellcasting increasingly difficult. Objects began to stretch and warp as they approached the sphere's event horizon, while sounds became elongated into impossible frequencies that induced vertigo and disorientation. The very air seemed to thin as molecules were drawn into the void, making breathing laborious and magical energies unstable. Asarek's attacks grew more sophisticated as the battle progressed, his centuries of study into the nature of heroism revealing themselves in tactics designed to exploit the psychological and spiritual weaknesses of those who fought for others rather than themselves. He summoned forth illusions of loved ones in mortal peril, forcing heroes to choose between pressing their attack and racing to save family members who existed only in his malevolent imagination. The Archlick's mastery of necromantic magic manifested in assaults that targeted not just the body but the soul itself, spells that induced temporary death experiences so vivid and complete that heroes found themselves questioning whether they were still alive or had already fallen and were fighting from beyond the grave. These attacks left psychological scars that persisted even after magical healing, creating doubt about the nature of their own existence that undermined their confidence and coordination. The expedition's spellcasters discovered that magical energy within the chamber had become increasingly unpredictable as the soulmonger's influence grew stronger. Healing spells sometimes drained life instead of restoring it, while attack spells occasionally turned on their casters or transformed into entirely different effects mid-flight. The fundamental forces that enabled magic to function were being systematically corrupted by the device's reality-warping emanations. Divine magic proved particularly unreliable, as the gods themselves seemed unable to maintain clear communication with their followers in a space where the very concept of death was being redefined. Clerics found their prayers answered by entities they did not recognize, while paladins discovered that their divine connections flickered and faded like candle flames in a hurricane. The cosmic order that enabled divine intervention was being systematically undermined by Asarek's assault on fundamental existence. As the sphere of annihilation drew closer to the soulmonger, reality tears began to appear throughout the chamber, brief glimpses into dimensions where different laws of physics applied. Through these wounds in space-time, the heroes caught sight of alternate versions of themselves, some where they had never attempted this mission, others where they had arrived too late, and most disturbing of all, realities where they had succeeded in destroying the device only to discover that doing so had caused even greater catastrophes. The tomb's final defenses activated as Asarek's transformation entered its ultimate phase, mechanisms that had lain dormant for centuries, awakening to protect their master's moment of transcendence. Hidden chambers opened to release guardians that defied classification, constructs built from crystallized time, elementals composed of pure entropy, and aberrations that existed in too many dimensions simultaneously for mortal perception to process completely. These guardians fought with perfect coordination, their attacks timed to exploit every moment of distraction or weakness in the hero's defenses. Yet their true purpose was not to kill the expedition members, but to delay them, to prevent interference with the sphere's descent for just long enough for the collision to occur, and Asarek's transformation to become irreversible. The Archlick himself began to undergo visible changes as the moment of transcendence approached, his physical form becoming increasingly translucent as he prepared to shed the last vestiges of material existence. His voice took on harmonic frequencies, that bypassed auditory perception entirely, speaking directly to the consciousness of those who heard him, while his very presence began to warp space around him in ways that made targeting him with physical attacks nearly impossible. Yet it was in this moment of apparent triumph that Acererak's greatest weakness revealed itself. His absolute confidence in his own calculations, his certainty that he had anticipated every possible variable, had blinded him to the one factor that no amount of planning could account for: the capacity of mortals to act irrationally, to make choices that defied logical analysis, to sacrifice themselves for principles that existed beyond material consideration. The expedition members who survived to witness the final moments discovered that their journey through the Trickster god's trials had prepared them in ways that Acererak's analyses had failed to predict. Their experiences of psychological dissolution and reconstruction had given them insights into the nature of existence that transcended normal, heroic training. They had learned to act without attachment to outcomes, to persist without hope of success, to maintain purpose even when purpose itself became meaningless. This spiritual preparation enabled them to perceive solutions that existed outside conventional tactical thinking, rather than attempting to destroy the soulmonger through brute force, an approach that Acererak had long since rendered impossible. They began to explore methods of subverting its function, of turning its own massive accumulation of power against itself in ways that its creator's perfect logic could not anticipate. The sphere of annihilation hung mere inches above the device's surface, its gravitational field creating electromagnetic distortions that made the chamber itself scream with tortured energies. Reality had become so unstable that cause and effect operated according to rules that changed from moment to moment, while the very concept of sequential time began to break down under the strain of cosmic forces that existence was never meant to contain. In this maelstrom of collapsing physics and transcendent ambition, where the boundary between possible and impossible had been systematically erased, the heroes prepared to make their final gambit against forces that dwarfed their individual capabilities, but might yet prove vulnerable to the one quality that no amount of power could replicate: the willingness to risk everything for the sake of others, even when those others included realities they would never see, and beings they would never meet. The fate of existence itself hung suspended like the sphere above the soulmonger, waiting for the outcome of choices that would echo across dimensions and through eternities yet to come. Chapter 11. Breaking the Curse. There exists in the deepest teachings of cosmic wisdom a fundamental truth that destruction and creation are merely different expressions of the same essential force, that endings inevitably become beginnings, and that the greatest acts of heroism often require the courage to unmake that which appears beautiful or powerful in service of something greater still. In the collapsing chamber, where reality itself had become negotiable, and Acererak's transcendence seemed inevitable, the heroes discovered that salvation lay not in preventing the Archlick's transformation, but in ensuring that its completion would consume him utterly. The revelation came through the accumulated wisdom gained from the Trickster god's trials, insights that had been planted like seeds during their spiritual ordeals, and now blossomed into understanding that transcended conventional strategic thinking. The soulmonger was not merely a device that could be destroyed through external force, but a cosmic paradox that contained within itself the mechanisms of its own undoing, if one possessed the wisdom to perceive them and the courage to act upon that perception. The key lay in recognizing that Acererak's greatest strength, his perfect logical analysis of all variables, had become his most exploitable weakness. His calculations assumed that all actors would behave according to rational self-interest, that even heroes would ultimately prioritize their own survival over abstract principles. He had designed the soulmonger to account for every form of resistance except the one that his undead nature prevented him from truly understanding: the willingness to embrace destruction as an act of love. The expedition's most unlikely hero stepped forward as this realization crystallized, not the mightiest warrior or most powerful spellcaster, but the member whose journey through the trials had most completely dissolved their attachment to personal survival. This individual, transformed by their passage through the Trickster god's domains into something approaching enlightened understanding, approached the soulmonger, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a suffering entity to be liberated from its forced participation in cosmic evil. The device itself had never been a willing participant in Asarerak's design, but a victim of the Archlick's manipulation, its crystalline consciousness trapped within structures that forced it to perform functions that violated its essential nature. The accumulated souls within its matrix were not merely fuel for cosmic transformation, but prisoners crying out for release from torments that extended across dimensions and through eternities of suffering. The hero's approach to the soulmonger triggered responses that Asarerak's perfect calculations had never anticipated, because they operated according to principles that existed outside logical analysis. Love, compassion, and selfless sacrifice created resonance frequencies that began to undermine the device's coherence from within, causing harmonic vibrations that spread through its crystalline matrix like cracks through overstressed metal. Asarerak recognized the threat too late. His attention focused on managing the sphere of Annihilation's descent and monitoring the cosmic forces required for his transformation. By the time he perceived the danger, the hero had already made contact with the soulmonger's core consciousness, establishing a connection that enabled direct communication with the imprisoned souls and the tortured awareness of the device itself. What followed transcended conventional battle, becoming instead a spiritual communion that encompassed the accumulated suffering of countless beings across multiple realities. The hero experienced the deaths of every soul trapped within the device, felt their pain and despair as immediate personal experience, but also offered them something they had not known since their capture: forgiveness, understanding, and the promise that their suffering would serve a purpose greater than the one for which they had been originally claimed. The souls within the soulmonger responded to this offer of redemption with joy so profound that it manifested as physical force, their combined spiritual energy creating resonance patterns that began to tear the device apart from within. Each released soul became a note in a cosmic symphony of liberation that grew stronger with every spirit that joined its chorus, until the chamber itself rang with harmonies that existed in dimensions beyond the merely audible. Asarerak's desperate attempts to maintain control over the disintegrating device only accelerated its collapse, his necromantic energies being absorbed and transformed by the liberation process into forces of creation rather than destruction. The Archlick discovered that his perfect understanding of death had left him utterly unprepared to comprehend the power of voluntary sacrifice, the strength that came from choosing to give rather than take, to heal rather than harm. The sphere of Annihilation, deprived of the soulmonger's stabilizing influence, began to destabilize in ways that threatened to consume not just the chamber but potentially the entire material plane. Yet even this catastrophic development served the liberation process, as the released souls used their freedom to channel the sphere's destructive energy away from inhabited realities and into dimensions where it could dissipate harmlessly across infinite space. The Trickster gods themselves seemed to awaken within their prison domains, their consciousness stirring as the cosmic balance shifted away from pure destruction toward the paradoxical creation that emerged from willing dissolution. These ancient deities, who had been trapped within the tomb's structure for centuries, found their power restored by the very act of the soulmonger's destruction, their domains transforming from instruments of torment into sanctuaries of wisdom. Ajin's labyrinth became a space where contradictions resolved themselves into unity, where the false divisions between good and evil, light and dark, revealed themselves as artificial constructs that limited understanding rather than enhancing it. Heroes who had been trapped within its passages found themselves free to explore new paths that led not to confusion but to clarity about their own essential nature. Kubazan's dark ocean transformed into crystalline waters that reflected not past failures but future possibilities, its depths containing not regret but hope for what could be accomplished when persistence was guided by wisdom rather than mere stubbornness. The Frog-Hemoth god's domain became a place of healing, where heroes could wash away the accumulated spiritual toxins of their journey and emerge renewed. Moa's realm of impossible choices revealed itself as a training ground where heroes had learned to make decisions based on love rather than fear, wisdom rather than expedience. The trials that had once seemed like cruel torture were understood to have been preparation for this moment when the fate of existence itself depended upon choosing correctly despite incomplete information and overwhelming pressure. Each trickster god's domain underwent similar transformation as the soulmonger's destruction liberated the divine essences that had been trapped within the tomb's structure. The gods did not emerge as conquerors seeking revenge, but as teachers whose painful lessons had served their ultimate purpose of preparing heroes for challenges that required wisdom, transcending conventional morality. Asarak himself became caught in the liberation process, as his connection to the soulmonger drew him into the device's dissolution. The archlich who had sought to transcend death through consumption of mortality found himself experiencing the very vulnerability he had tried to escape. His consciousness fragmenting as the cosmic forces he had attempted to control turned back upon their would-be master. Yet even in his destruction, Asarak served a purpose greater than his intentions, his vast accumulated knowledge and power being absorbed by the liberation process and transformed into forces of healing and restoration. The wisdom he had gained through eons of study, corrupted though it had been by his malevolent purposes, became part of the cosmic symphony that was repairing the damage his actions had caused across multiple realities. The death curse began to unravel as the soulmonger's destruction released the spiritual energy that had been maintaining its effects. Across the planes of existence, resurrection magic flickered back to life like candles being relit after a great wind had passed. Those who had been wasting away found their strength returning, their life force no longer being drained to feed the insatiable hunger of Asarak's device. The effect spread outward from the tomb like ripples across cosmic waters, touching every reality where the curse had taken hold. On distant worlds where different species had developed their own forms of resurrection magic, practitioners discovered that their abilities had returned with greater power and clarity than before. The liberation of the trapped souls had somehow purified the very concept of restoration, making it more potent and reliable than it had been even before the curse began. In the material plane, the first successful resurrection occurred within hours of the soulmonger's destruction, as a desperate cleric, attempting to save a fallen comrade, discovered that her divine connection had been restored to full strength. The soul she called back from death came willingly, eagerly, speaking of having been freed from a prison of torment and grateful to return to the world of the living. Similar scenes played out across countless worlds, as families gathered around the bodies of loved ones they had feared lost forever, as temples filled with celebrations of restoration, as communities that had been ravaged by the curse's effects began the long process of healing and renewal. The death curse that had threatened to unmake the cosmic order had instead become the catalyst for its purification and strengthening. The heroes who survived the tomb's collapse found themselves fundamentally changed by their experience, marked not by trauma, but by wisdom that would guide them through whatever challenges awaited in their future adventures. They had learned that true heroism lay not in the accumulation of power, but in the willingness to sacrifice everything for others, that victory sometimes required embracing apparent defeat, and that love was indeed the strongest force in any universe. As they emerged from the ruins of Omu into the jungle sunlight, they carried with them not just the satisfaction of mission accomplished, but the profound understanding that they had participated in something far greater than the salvation of a single world. They had helped to restore the cosmic balance itself, ensuring that death would remain the teacher rather than the master, the gateway rather than the prison, the ending that enabled new beginnings rather than the void that consumed all possibility. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Tomb. In the great cycles of existence that govern all realities, every ending births a new beginning, every destruction enables fresh creation, and every trial endured becomes wisdom that illuminates the path for those who follow. The heroes who emerged from the collapsed tomb beneath Olmu carried within themselves the seeds of transformation that would ripple outward through time and space, touching lives and shaping destinies in ways they could never fully comprehend. Their journey into the heart of death itself had changed not only the cosmic order, but the very nature of what it meant to be mortal, vulnerable, and ultimately, triumphantly human. The immediate aftermath of the tomb's destruction brought changes to Chult that could be felt in every rustling leaf and flowing stream. The jungle itself seemed to exhale in relief as the malevolent presence that had poisoned the peninsula's spiritual atmosphere finally dissipated into nothingness. Plants grew with renewed vigor, their colors becoming more vibrant as if a film of shadow had been lifted from the entire landscape. Animals emerged from hiding places they had maintained for months, their behavior returning to natural patterns that had been disrupted by the death curse's oppressive influence. The native Chultan people experienced the liberation most profoundly of all, their deep connection to the land's spiritual essence, allowing them to perceive changes that outsiders might have missed entirely. Shamans spoke of dreams that had been cleansed of nightmare, of visions that once again showed hopeful futures rather than endless cycles of despair. The ancient burial grounds that had been tainted by the curse's presence regained their sacred character, becoming once more places of honored rest rather than sources of spiritual contamination. Port Nyanzaru, transformed from a staging ground for desperate expeditions into a celebration center, where survivors and their families gathered to give thanks for deliverance from a threat they had barely understood. The merchant princes, ever pragmatic, quickly recognized that the lifting of the death curse would restore trade routes and commercial relationships that had been severed by the crisis. Yet even their calculated responses carried undertones of genuine relief, as if they too had been touched by the possibility that their next death might have been permanent. The various expedition groups that had survived the tomb's trials found themselves forever bonded by shared experience that transcended conventional friendship or alliance. They had witnessed each other's souls laid bare by the Trickster god's tests, had seen their companions choose sacrifice over survival, had participated in acts of redemption that challenged their basic understanding of heroism itself. These bonds would endure across continents and decades, creating networks of mutual support that would influence countless future adventures. More profoundly still, the heroes discovered that their experience in the tomb had fundamentally altered their relationship with mortality itself. Having faced the possibility of truly permanent death, having walked through domains where existence and non-existence blurred together, they emerged with an appreciation for life that was both more intense and more peaceful than anything they had known before. They no longer took their continued existence for granted, yet neither did they fear death with the desperate terror that consumed those who had never truly confronted their own finitude. This transformation in their understanding of mortality rippled outward to affect everyone they encountered in their subsequent adventures. Their calm acceptance of risk inspired courage in others, while their deep appreciation for life's precious fragility encouraged compassion and wisdom in those who might otherwise have chosen expedience or cruelty. They became living examples of what it meant to face the ultimate reality with grace and purpose. The restoration of resurrection magic across the multiverse brought with it unexpected consequences that none of the cosmic scholars had anticipated. The process of liberation that had freed the trapped souls had somehow purified the fundamental forces that enabled life to return from death, making resurrection more reliable and less traumatic for both the restored soul and those who performed the magic. Reports came from across the plains of resurrections that felt more like willing returns rather than forceful summons, of souls that came back with greater wisdom and deeper appreciation for their renewed existence. Divine magic itself seemed enhanced by the experience, as if the gods had learned something valuable from witnessing mortal heroes accomplish what even celestial power had been unable to achieve. Clerics reported stronger connections to their deities, more vivid divine visions, and healing magic that carried not just physical restoration but spiritual renewal. The death curse's lifting had apparently strengthened the cosmic bonds between divine and mortal realms. Yet perhaps the most significant legacy of the tomb's destruction was the precedent it established for future heroes facing seemingly impossible challenges. The expedition's success had demonstrated that even cosmic-level threats could be overcome, not through superior force or magical power, but through wisdom, compassion, and the willingness to sacrifice personal interests for greater good. This example would inspire countless future generations of heroes who faced their own versions of overwhelming darkness. The Trickster gods, freed from their imprisonment within the tomb's structure, chose not to return to active involvement in mortal affairs, but instead to serve as subtle guides for those who sought wisdom through paradox and growth through challenge. Their domains, no longer places of torment, became hidden sanctuaries, where exceptional individuals might undergo trials that would prepare them for roles as protectors and teachers. The gods had learned that their greatest service lay not in direct intervention, but in preparing mortals to solve their own problems with wisdom rather than force. The ruins of Olmo itself underwent gradual transformation as the jungle reclaimed structures that had been preserved by malevolent magic for centuries. Yet, rather than simple decay, this process resembled healing, with new growth incorporating the ancient stonework into living monuments that honored both the city's golden age and its eventual redemption. Scholars who visited the site in years to come would find it a place of profound peace where the lessons of history could be contemplated without the shadow of ancient evil. The Yuanti, deprived of their alliance with Asararak and faced with a Chult where natural balances had been restored, retreated deeper into their hidden temples to reconsider their long-term strategies. Some of their number, influenced by the example of redemption they had witnessed, began to question whether their civilization's path of manipulation and exploitation truly served their interests better than cooperation and coexistence might. These internal debates would eventually lead to schisms within Yuanti society that would reshape their entire culture over the coming centuries. Ras Nsi, the fallen paladin whose undead existence had been sustained by the tomb's power, faced a choice that defined the ultimate meaning of redemption. As the malevolent energies that had preserved his consciousness began to dissipate, he could have fought to maintain his unnatural existence, or accepted the final rest that had been denied him for so long. In a moment of clarity that recalled his original noble nature, he chose to let go, his spirit finding peace at last, as his physical form crumbled to dust that nourished the soil of the land he had once sworn to protect. The broader implications of the hero's success extended far beyond Chult or even the material plane. Throughout the multiverse, scholars and philosophers began to re-examine fundamental assumptions about the relationship between power and wisdom, strength and compassion, individual achievement and collective good. The expedition's victory had proven that there existed forms of heroism that transcended conventional understanding, approaches to problem-solving that operated according to principles that rational analysis alone could never discover. Academic institutions across multiple worlds began developing new curricula that emphasized spiritual development alongside martial and magical training, recognizing that future heroes might face challenges that required wisdom as much as power. The story of the tomb's destruction became required reading for aspiring adventurers, not as a tactical manual, but as a philosophical treatise on the nature of true heroism. Religious communities found in the expedition's success validation for teachings about sacrifice, redemption, and the power of love to transform even the most seemingly irredeemable situations. Temples incorporated the hero's example into their liturgies and moral instruction, while orders of paladins and clerics developed new training programs designed to prepare their members for conflicts that might require spiritual rather than martial solutions. The heroes themselves, scattered across the world by the demands of their individual destinies, carried forward the lessons they had learned in ways both grand and subtle. Some became teachers and guides for future generations of adventurers, while others pursued quiet lives enriched by profound understanding of what truly mattered in existence. Yet all of them remained forever changed by their journey through death's domain, their perspectives broadened by experience of mysteries that few mortals ever encounter. Years and decades would pass before the full implications of their achievement became clear, as the restored cosmic balance enabled developments that would have been impossible while the death curse held sway. New forms of magic emerged that drew power from harmony rather than conflict. Communities developed that prioritized wisdom over wealth, and individuals discovered within themselves capacities for growth and transformation that had previously been dormant. The Tomb of Annihilation had been intended as the ultimate expression of cosmic evil, a monument to the proposition that suffering and destruction were the only reliable constants in existence. Its destruction had proven instead that love, wisdom, and sacrifice possessed powers that transcended even the most carefully calculated malevolence. The heroes who accomplished this feat had demonstrated that mortality, far from being a weakness to be overcome, was actually the source of strength that enabled finite beings to achieve victories that infinite power alone could never accomplish. In the end, the greatest legacy of their journey was not the restoration of resurrection magic or the salvation of countless worlds, but the proof that heroism itself remained a living force in the universe, capable of growth and evolution, ready to meet whatever challenges might arise, with wisdom gained through trial and compassion forged in the crucible of shared suffering. The tomb's destruction had ended one chapter in the eternal story of good confronting evil, but it had also written the opening lines of countless new adventures where heroes would face the darkness with knowledge that even the deepest night must eventually yield to dawn.